Good morning, everyone. We're just getting underway. It's classic for Welsh surfing here, the way that this is going to start. We've got a fantastic layer of fog has rolled in, and at the moment I'm told the judges are down there somewhere in those Llantwit rocks and that they can see what's going on, but our camera can't quite see it. So we've got the scores up on the screen, and we're still going to call a bit of the action, and it actually gets even better because we've also got down here at Llantwit Major Beach a van from the council has just arrived and parked right next to us, and that van apparently is about to drain the blocked local drainage system. So apparently we might hear a very loud generator as a bit of ambient noise in the background shortly, and we might also, or Rob and I at least, have to put up with an odour. But we've got some exciting live scores on the screen. You can see what's going on, and I think that's a perfect opportunity to bring in our co-host for the day, and it's Rob Webster Blythe. How are you doing, Rob Webster Blythe?
Borrowed, Tom. Very well, thank you.
What's news?
Well, I've got an update on the sewage situation.
Have you?
Yes, the block drains, I should say.
And we're going to get this update. It was as important as
I believe it's been resolved. Herbie sorted it by flushing the toilet.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, that means we can go to a scores update then straight away, can't we? Because we've got round one, heat one of the juniors in the water at the moment. We believe the fog is going to lift. We believe the drains are going to get unblocked. We're going to end up with an epic day's surfing.
Action, I don't think it can be described as anything other than
aggressive, yeah.
Aggressive, yeah.
I suppose that's also what makes great sport, is when you've got clashes of the fog that you can currently see. Well, what you got? It wasn't here. Half an hour ago you could see the peak, and I think that fog, it is going to blow through, and we're working on camera anchor Craig Nicol, our producer, is he's just looking for a main socket, and once he finds one, we're working on an image to bring you guys at home. It might not be surfing, but at least it means that you're not going to be sitting there thinking that our camera's out of focus or something. What you're looking at the moment is fog, very thick fog, and you can hear in the background possibly there Mark Vaughan on the beach announcement system thanking everyone for coming to foggy Llantwit Major. But we're about to change to a camera angle. I think we're going for a studio camera. Yes, we are. Here it is. And oh, there's an announcement going on. I think they're about to go on hold. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're going to go on hold. So we'll just change over to the studio mic. So yeah, there's an announcement there that we're going to be going on hold, so we'll put an on hold screen up shortly. But before that, we're going to see out. So my understanding then is that the last few minutes of this heat are probably not that timer that you see up there. If you are a family member of Willem Beck, Luca Owen, or for that matter Blake Jones or Tom Shelton, because you'll care as well about whether your surfer can hold on to their lead. If you are family members of those people, that clock that you see ticking down on the top left of the screen at the moment, as far as I understand, does not mean the imminent elimination of poor Wilhelm and Luca, because the heat has been paused, but obviously the clock hasn't yet come to...
However, the sun is about to poke through above. Second point of interest, Herbie, having unblocked the drains, solved the sewage issue, is now tucking in to a bacon sandwich.
Herbie, yeah, well,
I can't confirm whether he's washed his hands
that's
or not.
pure cricket commentary, that is. In fact, you can see him through the window. Look at that. I think we should advise that. Yeah, you can see everything he's doing by there. I love it. So this is our little booth, guys. As you can see, this is what we've got for the weekend. There's our setup. Camera anchor Craig Nicol. He's just out of the image here. He's got to come in and say, look, there he is. Look at that.
Stealth body.
A thing of beauty is a joy forever. In a what would I call that? A pastel pink T-shirt, which is made of a very nice finish on that T-shirt. And I think we've got director Diana. She's just outside, and there she is. There's director Diana. If I slide out the way, you can see her. Oh, she's closing the door. She's closing the door on us. So Rob, we'll have a little chat about how the morning has rolled out so far. We ran about half of a heat there before fog conditions have caused us to have to go on hold, and that was the juniors. At the point where we went on hold, Tom Sheldon and Blake Jones were holding on to first and second position, but we had
So as we're on hold.
yeah. Well, we'll go to
yeah.
we're gonna
Run some ads or your hold.
yeah, we'll go to the on hold screen shortly. We are gonna be on hold for a little while now to bring this fog in. So and sort out a few of the facilities here on site. I was talking about something then. What was it? Oh yeah, that suffix Faunia user. And shall I tell you the reason why?
Go on.
Well, I think as a beautiful country, Wales, and Cornwall's the same, we got to back ourselves as not needing. California should be wanting to be like us.
Have you thought of an example of how perhaps the Californians could?
Yeah, I can.
Go on.
I've been absolutely blown away by the progress of Wrexham AFC. And have you watched that documentary that you will love? Is the way they show Rob McElhenney living in his Hollywood mansion, dreaming of the next time he can go to North Wales, and he really is. So we'll go to the on hold screen with that that thought that people sit in Hollywood mansions and they and yet dreaming of Wales. So as soon as this fog lifts, we'll be back off hold. Speak to you soon. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Hello, so welcome back. We've still got the fog coming in, but it has now reached a position where the judges can see stuff enough. So the contest is coming back off hold very shortly. We're going to be having a heat. You can see the images up in the top left of your screen. So Eli Perrins-Davies at this stage, William Beck and Luca Owen eliminated in that first heat. And coming up now then, Eli Perrins-Davies, Sol Williams, Elliot Barton and Eddie Waring. You are at the 2023 Pura Vida Welsh National Surfing Championships. And as soon as we can get a chance to cut through the fog and be able to see what's going on, then we will do that. At the moment, what we've got is some challenges we've been able to see, and we'll be coming back off hold imminently. So keep an eye on this stream. The stream will stay up, and as soon as we get a heat underway, the surfers are now making their way to the water's edge. So I would imagine we're just a minute or two away. Hello and welcome back. I don't think Rob Blythe has worked out that we're live on air again yet.
I have.
So welcome to all those of you in the in your living rooms or wherever it is that you're watching, car park, whatever. We got a very special guest with us now to just for a little check in on how things are going. It is the one and only. If I can get enough wire to reach a microphone to him.
I can reach mine up.
Oh, yours goes up. There we are. It's the one and only James McGregor, everyone. Mags, a.k.a. Mags. How's it going?
Good, mate. Good. Yourself? How are you?
I'm all right, yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing your stories from the winter. You've been in Thailand again, is it?
Yeah, I've seen the family again in Thailand. I haven't seen them since, before lockdown. So it was good to catch up with them again, get a bit of a suntan and eat some good food.
And some of that suntan you got, Mags, is actually from the water's edge, isn't it? Because you've just been down there, and you could tell us what it's actually looking like down there, isn't it?
Oh gosh, at the moment, Tom, it's probably the worst and most trickiest conditions I think I've ever judged in my life.
Really?
Yeah, we're getting spells of clear air where the sun's popping out for a few seconds, and then the fog bank just descends. I mean, we sent the last heat in during one of those gaps. And within 2 minutes of them getting out back and ready to start, the bank came down again.
And were you able to see the heat right the way through to the end?
That heat we cancelled. We had to put that heat on hold.
So that was heat 2, right?
That was heat 2. Yeah, we got through all of heat 1.
Right.
That was tricky because of the fog. But yeah, heat 2 we didn't even start heat 2.
Right.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And we've got some predictions for this fog apparently to lift, so we're going to carry on waiting for that to happen. But what were the actual waves like, Mags, when they came through?
To be fair, a couple of the guys out there actually did some really decent turns.
Yeah.
You know, it's maybe waist high, couple over waist high.
Right.
But yeah, they made the most of it. They did some really good looking turns. They made the most of what conditions we've got today.
Amazing. And you were telling us some rather alarming statistics about the sort of possible consequences of this hold spell now, because we've got quite a lot of surfing to do over the next couple of days, haven't we? Did you say?
Yeah, we do. We have. I think it's 19 hours to do, which isn't a massive amount.
Yeah, because they had been prepared for 24, didn't they?
Yeah, they had, but we were gonna kind of condense it down and have maybe 4 or 5 hours today.
Right.
But looking at this, I think we might have to run 2 longer days if we can't get this done today.
Yeah. And that's because, Mags, you're saying what's going to happen here is that today is the smallest of the 3 days, isn't it? And I think Director Diana might even be able to put a forecast up on the screen for us. Oh no, I've put her on the spot there. The forecast isn't ready yet, is it? She's still making it. I love it. She's a graphic designer, very gifted graphic designer. So she's still putting the final touches on on our forecast. What's the word for it? It's called what they called an overlay? Forecast overlay, yeah. But we will get your forecast. But we know that forecast is for a lot more swell tomorrow and the day after. So today we're looking at a decrease in today through the day. Glassy this morning, and then we're going to go to the surf is halving as the tide comes in and then turns. There would be the option, Mags, of coming back at just on dark, wouldn't there, at low tide today?
Yeah. I'm not going to say. We're not even going to go, though. No. That's not happening.
Well, Rob's in a cricket match today. Bowling?
I'll be doing everything, Tom.
Yeah?
Bit of everything.
But what, even wicket keeping?
I won't be keeping wicket now. So,
okay.
But obviously fielding, bowling and batting at some point.
Yeah.
Number 8 today, I think, in the order, batting. No, number 7.
Oh, not quite the tail end then.
No, I'm rebranding myself as an all-rounder now. Moving away from bowling specialist.
Yeah.
Bit of everything.
You're a bit of an off-spinner, aren't you?
No. I'm a seam bowler.
A seamer.
Using my height.
I was an off-spinner, I was in my day. Not a very good one.
We'll
just hold on to Mags for 1 second before he's trying to get away. Are you a cricketer, Mags?
No. I wouldn't know one end of a bat from another.
Wouldn't you?
No.
Well, I'm sure you'd keep wicket ably, Mags.
I can catch a ball, yeah.
So what you're saying anyway is that we got 19 hours of surfing to do.
Yeah. So.
But we don't. Today was meant to be 5.
Yeah, or thereabouts. Yeah.
But we don't have necessarily the option of just sort of carrying on because we might lose the waves.
we might lose the waves as this tide pushes in over the reef.
Yeah.
It's just going to die completely. So we were aiming to get as much done as we possibly could this morning.
Yeah.
But this fog has scuppered our plans. So.
But you said the glass half full approach was that one heat is in the bag.
Well, yeah, we've got 19 hours. We've done 20 minutes, so 18 hours and 40 minutes to go.
I love it. Okay, that's the glass half full approach.
That's it. Yeah.
Hey, nice to see you, Mags.
You too, man. You
Let-
too.
We'll catch up.
Take care all.
Mags is going to come in with us tomorrow to talk about an area of historical expertise that he's got, which is the Welsh pirate Barti.
Barti Rum.
But today, with it being the juniors, we're going to be circumspect about the reason why. Mind you, when we're on hold, we can probably talk about our full event sponsors. We have an event sponsor that is an alcohol company, and it's the rum company Barti. But they are not the event sponsor of the juniors, which is today, because juniors don't drink rum. Some of their parents might, in very careful rations after their kids are safely in bed. But Barty, the Welsh Blackbeard, and Mags has been to the town that Barty's from. He's going to read us a children's story that he bought in a bookshop there about Barty, about Black Barty, or Barty. It should be in a Gymraeg. So that was nice to chat to Mags. What do you think then, Rob? So, well, you're in the cricket match, so you're not going to be sitting here calling heats at 8-9 o'clock tonight.
Well, I've for interest in the surf contest and also my cricket match later on today, I've had a keen eye on the weather forecasts.
Have you? And does that mean you've got some idea about the fog?
Well, I'm confident that the fog's going to lift in the next hour.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We're going to have a clear run, I reckon, through the tide pushing in. So that's all to look forward to. The sun is threatening. It has actually come out once or twice, and it's threatening to burn this off any second now.
Of course.
All around Lantwit, there are clear skies. So like we said earlier, we're sitting in a valley.
Yeah.
And that dense
see that
vapor-laden
prediction.
air is just sinking down into the low ground where we are at the minute. But it will burn off, and we'll have plenty of action.
And this
coming
is
your way.
it is very much just what the having said we don't want to talk about California too much. What the Californians call a marine layer, isn't it?
Exactly that.
So the
The
town of
differential of the sea temperature to the air temperature.
It's not far out of the car park that the sun is out, and that all is well and all is hunky dory.
I can tell you that the Pontier First 11.
Well, I was about to ask about the Pontier First 11 as it happens.
Yeah, Pontier First 11 against Llandaff Second 11
Right.
is on.
The
It's
Llandaff
just been
second
called
11.
on.
There's a good chance I'll know some of the
They
Llandaff
are
second
a
11. I
very,
wager.
very, very good side.
Yeah.
Their first 11 play in the Welsh Premiership.
Yeah.
The top tier team.
Yeah.
So we'll have our work cut out
They were
today
in behind
at
the
the
old
Oaklands
BBC
Oval.
building. They were.
They play also.
Oh, at the Cathedral School.
No, they play on the. I forget the name of the park now, but you know the Llandaff Rugby Club.
Yeah, it's
In
it's by the
The
Cathedral
parkland
School.
opposite that, though.
Yeah, that's the Cathedral
Oh,
School.
is it? Okay.
Yeah. It's the actual grounds of Llandaff Cathedral School,
They're
I
an
think, isn't it?
excellent side. So we've got our work cut out today at the Oaklands Oval, but I'm told it is glorious sunshine and very, very warm there. So it's doing a good job of drying out the
It's a good
ground.
day for cricket.
Well, we've had an awful lot of rain in March and April, haven't we?
That seam bowling of yours going to like a dry wicket?
Well, the wicket's good because we've had the covers on.
Right.
However, there's a lot of moisture in the ground. It's been raining throughout March and April, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's saturated. We did about 4 or 5 hours work on it last night trying to get it ready for today.
Oh, the game's at Pontier.
Yes.
Okay.
At the Oaklands Oval.
At the Oaklands Oval, there we are. And you're going to be playing number 7 in the batting order.
I think so, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
I should hopefully get a good little go at bowling. as
Elsewhere in the world of sport today, record crowd expected at Twickenham for the Ladies Six Nations.
Is it today, Tom, also, not to, we're going back to the Six Nations because there's actually a bit of a story in there for the Welsh team, isn't there? But
Yeah.
is it today that Wrexham are playing Torquay?
I think Wrexham Torquay's tomorrow. I'm going to check that, but I tell you what, I'm told that some 5,000 people from Wales have gone down to Wrexham for that gig.
Isn't it?
The turf, which
Well, the
is
turf
pub.
had to shut last week, didn't it? Because it sold out of stock.
So they're going to be selling 15,000 tickets the year after, when potentially they could even be in League One. One would hope. I was talking a really good mate of mine, Chris Brown. Shout out to Chris Brown if you're watching, which you're probably not, because he's just got a new baby, and football's his thing rather than surfing. But Chris is the guy that Breege and I sit next to in Wales international games, and he came to the Euros with us, and road tripping, driving to Dover in the middle of the night and stuff like that. Chris is a lifelong Wrexham fan, so is his dad. So he's been there to every game this year. And I'll come up to a game. I said, what about August, late August? And he said, you'll have to give him like full advance notice, and he'll have to get down that ticket office the day they come out for any game next year.
It's great, isn't it?
So the money that they've invested, it's coming back in. This is a team that is bringing in a lot of money. So if you are a Hollywood star and you like surfing and you want to come and carry out a takeover of the WSF, make an FX documentary, the number's on the screen. In fact, I think I can actually put the number on the screen, can't I? Let me see. I got to. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Well, is that? That's sort of it. There we are. Right, that's how to find us, Hollywood star.
Ryan, if you're watching.
Ryan and Rob, if you want to extend your community support to here. We've also got, he likened Wrexham to Philadelphia, didn't he?
Did he?
Well, if he's from, he said,
yeah,
that's the way he's a steel
what
town.
What was the?
South Wales is characterised by a steel town. That's what he said. Philly's a steel town.
Yeah. Is Wrexham?
Wrexham's a steel town.
I didn't know
steel
that.
town in decline.
Okay.
And that
Ooh, I've got a lovely story about Philadelphia.
Go on, do tell.
This is the second time in 2 days that I've told this story.
Okay.
And it's quite out there. There is a flower, an orchid, that grows in only 2 places in the world. One is Philadelphia, and one is Newport Dock in South Wales. Can you guess
why? Have we not tweeted this to Rob McElhenney?
Well, we should do it, actually, shouldn't we?
Okay.
So, obviously, during the late 1800s, early 1900s, Newport Docks was a massive exporter of coal, second only to Cardiff at the time.
Right.
One of the busiest docklands in the world.
Yeah.
And a consignment of coal went over to Philadelphia, and obviously the boat is heavily laden.
An orchid.
No. And to come back, they have to fill the boat with ballast. Soil from Philadelphia that contained the seeds of an orchid that only grows in Philadelphia.
I think you're going to be telling that story a third time at some point this weekend.
Probably.
Because the viewer count is probably about 10 right now with everyone on hold. So we'll save it up and we'll hear that one in a bit more detail later.
Nice one, isn't it?
I do like that story. If you want to comment on that Philadelphia orchid, or if you are a Hollywood star looking to sponsor the WSF, then you just got to subscribe to us on YouTube. And there we go. Well, we're going to remain on hold then. And I think what we're going to do is take another little break from chatting rubbish. There's only so much rubbish in the tank. And we are anticipating, the wind is helping us here. We'll get through some of this fog, and hopefully we'll bring you some positive announcements soon. Or we'll bring someone in for an interview or something. We'll see if we can find someone for a chat. And we'll hear more about the Philadelphia orchid as well. That can go for a nice little...
Sounds like a song.
Doesn't it just? Yeah. Right. Hwyl fawr bawb. Hwyl am y tro. Hello, so welcome back. We can almost now see the ocean. If I think I'm trying to see if I can work out how to show it to you. Yeah, if I go camera 1, cut, and there we go. You can now see that is the scene at the moment, and what we've got out in front of us. And I'm gonna, while we're waiting for the event to start again, we're just gonna go. The fog is a little bit beyond the Surfline models I'm taking. I'm guessing.
We did discuss it last night. It looked like there was going to be fog because of the light wind, and like it was mentioned, but it is proven very difficult to shift this morning. So yeah, it is a little bit annoying.
Is it? And so, if you can you just put your mic a tiny bit closer to your chin, please,
Sure.
Jamie? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And that's a time of year thing now, isn't it? Because the ocean's so much colder than the air.
Yeah, we had that sort of shift to like a more sort of westerly flow from the Atlantic the last couple of days, and that brought in some sort of more humid air from
Right.
the south. So that's why. And with the zero wind this morning, it's just
So fog is
recipe.
humidity, right?
yes, yeah, it's a recipe for fog.
Okay. And then the tide's on the incoming now at the moment. The heat is about to start.
Yeah,
Any
it's
second now.
pushing in. Yeah, we've got a few little waves out there. It's, as expected, it's like waist high on the sets. The Point Atlantic doing its best to get that little bit of swell focused on and allow some opportunity to surf. I can actually see a set rolling now. It's definitely waist high, and that's pretty good for the younger surfers out there.
Yeah. And you should be able to see if I've done the job right. The you should be able to see. Yeah, that is the ocean out there now, and it's a little bit foggy, but we might soon get the first wave ridden of. Waves have been ridden in the first heat of the day, but we might get the first heat ridden. The first wave ridden. Sorry, I'm pressing buttons while talking. That the camera will actually pick up. And the main reason why I brought Jamie Bateman in from Surfline before we get started was to ask him about what we're going to expect for today and then going on to tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, so today's the smallest day in the forecast. Tomorrow and Monday look a little bit better. We've got a small west-southwest swell coming in, which is going to start pushing into in the early hours tomorrow morning, and then we should see chest, probably maybe shoulder high sets on the point at the best stages of the tide. It'll probably ease off a little around high tide Atlanta, as it normally does with the currents here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm expecting some pretty good conditions as well. We've got light winds. It's going to be easterly tomorrow for a time, but it shouldn't be that strong. So we should see some decent conditions out there.
Is there a little bit more wind on Monday?
Yeah,
but
we
not
got
really enough to worry about.
We got nothing to worry about. We've got a westerly wind coming in on Monday. That will come with the tide, and it will get fairly breezy later on in the day. But I think around the lower tide, especially, it should be manageable. And there definitely won't be any fog on Monday with that switch in wind direction. It'll go.
And I tell you what, speaking about that, while I got you here, you just said that will come with the tide. Now, when we interviewed you nearly a year ago to the day, actually, and I only know this because I was looking at photos on my phone and I saw the dates on it, with Crest, we talked about this phenomenon that we felt was quite localised to our areas, South Wales, the English Channel, where we have these big tides, and that's the thing. Gone and
Yeah,
you know more about it.
Yeah,
you know why it's a thing.
I went away and did a bit more diving into it with the help of the guys at Surfline in America, and we found a couple of articles about it, and one paper specifically mentioning the English Channel, as you just said, and it's basically the laws of physics, the continuation of momentum, I think is the actual term. So the water and the air are both fluids and both interacting with each other. So that tidal shift, whether the tidal stream starts moving the water, the air directly above it will start moving as well.
Right.
So it will, by friction, obviously there's
Yeah.
friction between the two. So when the tide moves one way, the air will move with it. So
Right.
In the Bristol Channel, when the tide's coming in and there's a westerly airflow above it, it will actually accelerate that.
Because I
that
suppose the
wind.
sorts of numbers we're talking, tide probably moves at like a couple of miles an
5
hour
knots.
at some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that is the sort of
Yeah, you can add that. You can add 5 knots to a wind, so you can suddenly see an onshore wind, 8, 10 miles an hour pick up on the
Wow.
incoming tide.
yeah.
And in the opposite way as well, on a dropping tide, with the tide flowing against the air, it will actually stop the wind
by 5 knots.
by 5 knots. You
Yeah.
can have glacier conditions on the drop, which we see quite often.
We do.
Yeah.
But then if we're talking about momentum as well, you may have, for example, a 7 knot wind forecast,
Yeah.
but a 5 knot tide.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you get 2 knots of wind. It means that the momentum of the wind is killed and it is glass,
Yes.
possibly. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
So it's just that real thin boundary layer between the sea and the air. So it obviously doesn't stretch right up.
yeah.
Probably no more than like 10, 20 meters.
Really.
That's enough to dictate
So
the
it's
conditions.
super localized. Yeah. And so you're thinking that wind on Monday, that will come with the tide, you think? Yeah.
Definitely looks to accelerate with the tide, as well as the funnel effect of the Bristol Channel does accelerate the wind as well. So we'll probably see a little bit more
Yeah.
than, say, maybe Freshwater West would do on Monday. Probably
Right.
fairly light out there,
Okay.
but stronger in the channel.
Wow. Yeah. But conditions and later today though, we're going to be. It's going to get tricky, isn't it?
Later today, we've got the swell dying, so
Yeah.
the wind is irrelevant because the swell is with the tide as well dropping later on.
And is it getting replaced by a second swell?
Yeah, we got a new swell coming in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Kind of west-southwest swell, so not a bad direction for here. Comes straight in.
Yeah.
It'll probably look like it did this morning at low
Yeah.
tide, but then when that tide turns and comes in, it will look better. It'll probably, like I say, chest, shoulder high
Yeah.
on the sets, on the point. Very surfable and fun, and actually a day being a local at Lancet, I would target probably to go surfing.
Yeah.
So it'd be quite fun.
Wow. Amazing. The Welsh Nationals has got Surfline in the studio. Jamie, and can we thank on behalf of the Welsh Surfing Federation your employers as well for licensing you to come and act in that capacity.
I like to thank them for giving me the job.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You still walking on cloud
Still
nine.
beaming, yeah.
Yeah, and we're open at some point. We'll talk to you on the show again, on Crest again. And I've been told, producer Dodd tells me he's trying to get yourself and Cindy Asosdian in a room together at some point, and he's got a series of oceanographic and in meteorological.
I better start studying, and she's like a professor or something or other.
Yeah, you Jamie, you are also tantamount. So there was the auto subtitles on it. I want to see the word tantamount now. It's on a slight lag. Let's see if it was able to hear that word. Oh, there we go. Right, Jamie's laughing because he's reading his own conversation off the screen.
It got tandem out right.
It did get it right. There we are. Yeah, well, AI. We'll have an AI surf coach at some point. AI is not going to replace your job, though, is it? Because AI can't go surfing to actually know what the waves do.
Yeah, what's the surf going to look like tomorrow? It's not going to know that question, unfortunately.
Yeah, because
It will
because it
never know
wasn't
that
in the
question.
water on. We're talking about 20, 30 years of
Yeah.
knowing what the chart said that day and what the waves felt like
Yeah.
when you were in,
It
and
might have a good stab at the conditions, but
Yeah.
it won't be able to tell you what surf's going to look like.
and yeah, you and I, we both talk about keeping surf diaries. You've been able to go back into that. So, Surfline were wise when they found their man. Yeah. Thanks for your time, Jeff.
No problem.
You're
pleasure.
busy the rest of the weekend, aren't you?
Yes, I am busy the rest of the weekend. I will be back down at some point to watch.
Competing?
Especially tomorrow. No, I'm not competing this weekend, no.
Okay.
No.
Lucky everybody else.
Yeah, everybody else have a go in it.
Because actually, yeah, Jamie is. I can't think of a surfer with a more deadly head-to-head reputation against every other surfer here than Jamie at Lantwit. So it'll be to everybody else's
Yeah.
relief that
I
they
think
haven't
there
got
was like a massive flux of entries when I said I wasn't competing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We got situations in the water anyway. Let's give you a little update. Eli Parents is doing pretty well in this heat. We haven't been able to see a huge amount of the waves that he's been riding. Otherwise, we'd have been calling them. But a 5.5 is a decent wave to Eli's name there. And he's backed that up with a wave of a 3.8. 9.3, and so that puts him on a heat total of 9.33. Elliot Barton is then in second, and he's got a two waves in the sort of mid-2 range. Ad break, and we'll come back with more from the Welsh Nationals very shortly. Welcome back. We are in Heat 2 of the Welsh Nationals. We're in the juniors. We've got Eli Perrins-Davies and Elliot Barton both sitting in an increasingly comfortable position in this heat. And Rob is off to play cricket for Pontia. So he had been booked in for 3 hours of commentary by now. We see a surfer up and riding here, and can't quite, the judges can make out colours. I think that was one of the two lighter colours. So that was probably Sol Williams, who would be the surfer that needs a score right now. So Rob being off to Leon, and we're going to introduce another co-commentator, though. We're going to have Rob deputised very briefly. I am really proud to be handing a microphone once he's closed the door and sat down. So for a heat or two, I am really proud to be able to hand a microphone over to, you sit down, you get in the picture then, it is none other than, this early in the event, Gregory Ross Owen. So here we are.
Hello, surf fans. How you doing out there?
How's it going, Greg?
Right, thanks. Yeah, not bad.
So your boy was in Heat 1, but it didn't quite go to plan, did it?
No. What happened was, they lost the priority system because the fog was too severe.
Yeah.
And then it became like what it was like back in my day.
Yeah, a battle, a paddle battle.
Yeah, a hustle.
Yeah.
And he was only 14, and he was in with the 17, 18-year-olds, and
Yeah.
they basically hustled him out of the waves. And he couldn't get the waves, so he couldn't perform. So it was, see you later.
That's frustrating.
If you can't get the waves, you're going out.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, in the long term, the vast majority of the heats he's going to surf as he goes through the rest of his time as a competitor are probably going to be priority run, aren't they? So
Yeah.
So he will,
He's got the under 16s to run, and that was just it's a hard lesson, but the best lessons are the hardest ones, aren't they?
Well, you don't learn anything when you win.
No.
Yeah.
So he's there now, just getting his head back together, ready to go again for the 16s.
Right. Yeah, and they're in not too long, yeah.
The waves are fine for the kids.
Yeah.
But it's a hustle out there now. It's turned into what it was like back in my day.
Yeah.
You have to hustle. You have to sort of blag and pretend you're going to take waves and make sure they make people think, really, if they worry that they're going to drop in on you and get busted out of the comp.
It's a game that in your day, Greg.
Yeah, I did like to push it, but also like a lot of my best wins were when I went away on a peak on my own and sort of stayed away from the trouble.
Yeah.
but like my father used to tell me, don't trouble unless trouble troubles you.
That's very good.
If it comes your way, it's in your face.
Don't trouble unless trouble troubles you. I can see now Eddie Waring has picked himself up a decent wave here now of a 3.43, and so this leaves him needing only a 1.73 to jump in front of Elliot Barton with 6 minutes remaining. So Elliot Barton will have to play a bit of defense, as they might call it now. But again, the situation is going to be different, isn't it? Because normally Elliot Barton would be a surfer who is quite experienced at the priority system. And Eddie Waring, he would have lost priority in order to ride that 3.43, but that's not what will have happened here. You can get that 3.43 and you can dash back out and you can get straight underneath your opponent and pick off the next set wave. So we there's probably a bit of tension in the lineup there and a bit of paddle battling going on as we come into the last 6 minutes of the heat. And you just, Greg, that screen you're looking at is about 25 seconds behind. So if you want to say anything about what's happening live, it's either by looking out the window or looking at that screen there. Sorry, yeah.
There is waves coming through.
There are waves
There's
coming
waves
through.
now. I'm surprised anyone wasn't on that last one.
I want to ask you, Greg, about a couple of famous hassling stories involving yourself. I remember being a victim of that strategy of yours in a seniors final once at the Welsh low tide-ish fresh, and you going off on a peak on your own, and me having a scrap with Chris Sage and someone else, and then coming in and someone telling me that you'd been sitting there on your own picking off every wave. Not that it would have made any difference, but my favourite story, I don't know how well you remember it, is I remember you got someone up and riding on the left there on the backhand, and that will be, I think that might have been
Someone up and riding on the right hander there now.
Sol Williams. It's hard to see. It's hard to see. Visibility is going to improve. It's meant to be completely sunny here by midday. Right, let's go back to the story. Sam Burkett, lovely fella, lives in the Gold Coast now.
Good on him.
And yeah,
He obviously hasn't got kids, yeah.
and he was. So, do you know? I think Sam, if he's watching, which he's probably not, is recently. Sam is married, if I'm right, to Gwen Spurlock's sister, I think, isn't he? And I think that they've recently welcomed new life into the family, because I think Gwen was looking to try and get over to Australia to visit. Anyway, the Sam Burkett, he was a sort of paddle race up behind the rip. It was highish tide fresh, up behind those rocks. You know, that left kind of comes off those rocks at high tide.
Yeah.
And you'd taken him up there. And then
A little walk.
that was it. That was what you said. I remember you saying. Go on, would you tell the story then? Do you remember the heat?
I used to do it regularly. I can't
Go on,
remember.
what? That was it. You said. I remember you
It
saying.
was commonplace for when we were younger.
Yeah.
If you were like, you got the lead, and you demand the inside. Then that was the go.
Yeah. So what I remember hearing you say in the car park was I remember you saying in the car park to Sam, I can't believe you fell for that then. I remember you saying, I said to you halfway through that heat, come on, you and I are going for a little walk. And you don't recall the exact heat though, do you? And he went for a walk. Of course,
I had a lot of heats down there. I made the final of the Welsh 10 times.
in Fresh West.
Yeah. I was like, obviously 4 heats to get there.
Yeah.
40 heats.
Yeah.
And there's obviously times when I didn't make the final.
Yeah. What about your record? Because I see you are in the draw, Greg. We're going into the last 2.5 minutes now, and Elliot Barton still would be looking for a good backup. We've got Elliot Barton has improved his backup, so we're looking. Eddie Warung now needs a 3.11, which is entirely gettable. So eyes to the lineup. The judges can, of course, see it much better than we can. Yeah. So you're in the draw, Greg.
I'm in the draw, but not in the open. I'm too old for that.
Right.
I'm 49 years of age, so I'm in the Masters and the Grandmaster.
Okay.
Over 35s and over 40.
What's your record like at this break in Welsh Nationals then? Because there would only be 2 of them so far, wouldn't it?
One here. I recall winning here.
So that would have been that 2010 maybe year when it was run here in very good conditions.
I can't remember when or what category.
You were definitely in that final, that seniors final, with it was you, Vaughan James, and Nick Reed, and Nick Reed won that final, and I reckon that's the best surfing I've ever seen anyone do in a Welsh final.
Yeah, I remember that.
And in fact, all 4 of you probably had 4 waves in the 8+ range in that heat. And you were in that final.
I think I got pinged for a drop in.
In that heat?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think I got I had a penalty.
Right, okay.
I remember Nick was ripping out.
You were too in that heat.
Yeah, I remember thinking I was. Yeah, I think I
was the best. It was the best surf of the whole weekend as well.
If I didn't get pinged, I think I would have won it. But then,
Yeah,
if you get pinged, you're up against it then,
yeah,
big time. Anyway, they got a really close heat here, haven't they? Hey.
they have. Little shout out there. You hear Greg doing a shout out. It's because Phil Williams of Christian Surfers has just briefly stuck his head in.
How long have you got left in real time there of this one?
This is coming down to the last 10 seconds now. So unfortunately,
It's going to be
it's going to be all
Elliot
she
and
wrote for
Eli.
for Eddie or Waring. It's spelled with an I, isn't it?
He put up a good struggle, a good wrestle there with two good surfers in front of him.
He did. Yeah. Yeah, very good. So that is the end of Heat 2. And we're going to go into Heat 3. So, Greg, you know a fair bit about the junior scene then, because Luca's in it.
Yes.
Who are the ones to watch besides Elliot and Eli?
The Buick brothers, good. They
Right.
both fit. I'm looking forward to this next one. When you got brothers in a heat, one of them usually wins the heat. In my experience, because they got backup and they sort of playing a game together, whether they know it or not.
Yeah. Interesting.
They might get first and second. They might get one of them might advance. I predict one of them to win it, and I predict. Well, that would be my prediction. That and that only.
Yeah.
Let's have a look who's in it. I know that Tom O'Leary's in. Goofy Foot from he's Welsh Coast Surf Club. He's a good surfer.
Yeah.
He's got a good chance. And I don't know the other lad. There's Ethan Brand, is it?
Ethan.
I haven't met him.
Ethan Brand. Yeah, in the yellow. Tell us about you and Arthur then.
They're from, they surf White Sands, with the elevator drop right under and in the far right corner.
Oh, it's a good fun wave, that isn't it?
Dad Adam's got a pottery ceramic business. Massive Instagram, follow him. Does really well. The boys, they're doing well. They go away on trips. They get a lot of coaching, and their future's bright for them. That's for sure.
Yeah.
They get to surf a lot. They get to surf a lot with each other and push each other.
How old are they?
I'm quite sure that 17.
Oh, young then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both went with the Welsh team to Portugal
Right.
and the last Eurosurf. They both well accustomed to land to it. And they'll both be getting their heads down there now and getting stuck into this. They'll both be. I'll tell you what they'll be doing right now is looking to who can get the first good wave. Because the guy who gets the first good wave normally gets through the heat.
Now, I'll tell you something interesting, Greg. We're hearing that the reigning champion is, well, now think about this, right? Think of your time zones. What time of day is it in Indonesia right now?
Middle of the night, probably.
Well, I don't. Was it 6 hours ahead?
All right, it's big 10 o'clock then.
Champion Logan Nicol is he's sitting there and he's got on the big screen in Indonesia.
Nice.
He's got the Welsh nationals up on the big screen.
He's living life. He's not here to showcase his surfing.
Well, he was hoping for the 3 in a row, wasn't he? The
But-
three-peat. Do we know anyone who's ever done a three-peat, Greg?
Don't know.
I thought you had.
No, I didn't. I had my titles. I had years like him when I was elsewhere for the Welsh Nationals. So
Have you done 2 in a row?
don't recall. No, I did. I know I had a few of them, but
Oh.
I don't think so. Maybe Tucker. Maybe
No,
Rhino.
Rhino's done it,
Yeah,
and
no,
PJ certainly would have done.
yeah. No, mine definitely didn't come in a row.
Yeah.
I remember one.
Tucker might have done. I don't know about that.
I had injuries.
Linda Sharp will probably text in the answer to that one.
I was with the British team once.
Yeah.
It's hard when you're that. You've got other things going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Ridden?
Ewan's gone on one, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't say it's a good wave. In fact, it's a poor wave. But he has had the first wave of the heat.
Yeah.
So he struck first blood.
Yeah.
That will. He's got the most momentum so far,
Yeah.
And you know, it's all about building momentum in your surfing and creating cracks in the other guy's surfing, and the cracks get bigger and bigger until in the end of the heat he's sort of really struggling.
How far into a heat can you keep your cool without having yet ridden a wave? So you look at that. Now Tom O'Leary, we're coming up to 16 minutes.
It's time to you've got to get on one. If you get to 6 minutes without going,
Yeah,
that is not good. If you
especially in this size
you
and with no priority.
it starts to get in on top of you, and you've got the other guys coming back outside after having a wave. The cracks start appearing, and the cracks then start getting bigger.
So we have now got scores about to drop for white and blue. So that little symbol there, Greg, it means waiting for scores. And we're going to see what they are. So Arthur Buick and so which of the Buicks did you say was the elder, Greg?
Ewan.
So Ewan is the elder. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a nice safe assumption then at that age that the elder is the favourite.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, probably. Fair to say.
and the younger is the challenger. And here we go. We got another score drop
Arthur,
for you.
Yeah, Ewan's gone again. Look, Arthur's even though he's younger, he's a solid lad now. He's like he's very tall. He must be nearly 6 foot, and he's pretty big built, like, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas his brother Ewan, the elder, is a wiry, slimmer live wire, and out there, light for flight.
Yeah.
Ewan's lightness and slimness will benefit him out there. You want to be about 6 stone out there, really.
Yeah. None of these scores are yet
No.
scores that you'd hope were going to be the heat defining scores. But I suppose you would say that Ewan Buick, you know, now with, you know, a 2-wave total, is in a position to sort of start building house a
That's
bit
it.
more.
You can create momentum.
Yeah, and you've got when you're surfing without priority. I remember Tim Jones, rest in peace, telling me what you do is you want to get on the first wave of the heat, then you want to try and get on another one as soon as you can, and then he used to say, because with no priority and there's no live scores, don't look at what the other surfers are doing. If you see someone go past you smacking it up, don't watch them and don't think, because you don't know what that looked like from the beach. And then he'd say, what you do then is you surf against your own best 2 waves for the rest of the heat.
Fair enough.
And I've still told some juniors, you know, when they're doing their first event or something, to still do it that way. How much of that wisdom is still valid in this situation now? Because of course they do have the live scores, but they haven't got the priority system.
It's probably still valid. I wouldn't go bet against that. It's useful to know what the others are doing. If you can handle witnessing it, basically, and if you can use it as your advantage. But if you look at them and you're one for being a bit psyched out, then it's not useful at all. It's unhelpful.
Yeah.
But like Tim said, he's right. Fundamentally, first and foremost, it's you against you.
Yeah.
And you've got to build your scores, and you know, every 5 minutes, got to look at your check yourself out. What have I done? What do I need?
Yeah. Tom O'Leary's now got moving. He's got himself a 1 and a 1.9. Now that 1.9.
Yeah.
I hope we don't end up spending the rest of the heat splitting decimal points in the 1 range, but that will put him. And then there it is. It's a 2.63. So O'Leary jumps up into first, and it leaves Buick needing 2.86 to take first. And then we look at, so I say Buick, Buick red, Ewan Buick, Arthur Buick would then need a 2 to catch his brother and go into second. And Ewan Buick replies immediately with a 3.5. And that means that he takes what by this heat standards, with 11 and a bit minutes left, the heat by a bit of a stranglehold there now then. And then that now leaves Tom O'Leary in second. He's looking to try and replace a 1.9 to improve his backup. Arthur Buick's just ridden another wave. It came in at a 1.5. So Arthur Buick now needs a 3 or 3.03 to be precise to move into an advancing position. Logan has texted us again, Greg, and he's confirmed that it is 6 p.m. in Indonesia.
Right, Bintang o'clock.
So we're so it's 7 hours ahead, and I think he's currently in Sumatra, isn't he? I think. Right, we're going to go to an ad, and we'll be back soon. And
surf as well. So the heat is kind of taking form. It's hard to come back. Ewan's just had a good one there now, a 4. So he's gone further in front.
yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. Turns there, chance really to get our own heads here in the commentary booth around the scale. And so what I was going to say was that Arthur at that point needed a 3.03, and I think that was one front side carve on a medium sized wave yielded that 2.73 that has now pushed him up into 4.23 heat total, but now he's left with a 1.9 needed. But I was going to say, if that was the score, then what had followed behind was immediately going to be better than that, and that is what's happened. And so Ewan, the 4.07, that is the wave of the heat, and so that would have been that left that we saw, Greg. But there is now another right-hander for a surfer on the backhand to go in. Now, I couldn't see the colours, and
that's either red Ewan or
O'Leary.
Tom. Yeah.
And if it's O'Leary, and it was
He's in business.
Well, it's Ewan 5.67.
Oh, there are. Now
Clearly the wave of the heat.
Away with it, isn't he?
Yeah, and that was 4 or 5 good bashes on the backhand on a bowling land to it right. So we got the scale in our head, and it's the first. So now that's a surfer now who's out of. God, the wording sounds ruthless, doesn't it? It's out of the poor range on both his waves and into the average range of 4 to 6. Oh, they need to think of better words than that, don't they? Poor and average, because it isn't. Now this is the other thing that's really interesting, right? If a judging scale is right at a contest, right, then the majority. Well, no, hang on. Think of our maths, right? The average score should come between 4 and 6. If you put every single score into a computer, it should average 4 and 6.
They don't. They too many scrappy waves at the beginning.
Now the median is the score that occurs the most often, isn't it? And then the median range, I believe they'd call it, would be they would come between. So if your judging's on, you should have a median range that is also between 4 and 6. So the majority of waves in a contest, if that is average, should be between 4 and 6. But it doesn't happen in real life, does it?
No.
The majority of waves are between.
They know it becomes a bit of a scrap. There's not enough good waves in a heat,
No.
there's not 8 good waves out there in 20 minutes. So it's a scrap who can get the best 2 waves for starters.
Yes.
And then, like, all right, yeah, if you're free surfing, you'd wait out there and you'd get the best wave, and then you'd you'd spank a first turn and you'd spank a last turn, and you'd get a 6
Yeah.
or 7. You know, if you hit them nice and clean.
Yeah.
But with the pressure of the heat and the race to get waves, it all
Oh,
gets
we go on the
diluted.
front side now, and this is a surfer in a light colour on the
that's
front
awful.
side. Yeah, third turn. That third one won't really.
He looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He looked like a man then.
Yeah, he
didn't
did. Yeah, it was powerful
He
surfing.
is big. When you see him walk up here, check him out. He's solid.
That's going to go into the top 2 for him for sure, because he's currently got a throwaway of 2.5. He's going to top that, and it's going to leave O'Leary with 2 minutes 45 left with a bit of a pickle.
Oh dear. Yeah. Now the brothers have got the.
So that's the scoring system we can hear being announced publicly is going to be out of date by 1 wave there.
What does Tom need? 2.61.
Well, he's going to need more than the 2.61 because there's going to be a score to drop
Ah.
for.
And he needs a set wave.
Well, we think it's Arthur. If it's Ethan, I mean, I think, and this is the thing in the commentary, we can have a go, we can get it wrong. I think that there's another score to come on that last of, and it was either white or yellow, and it was a front side surfer, 3 turns. The third one probably won't count for a lot. Although I don't have the waiting for scores symbol on the screen, and they've done it, and it was Ewan's the elder, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was elder brother, younger brother.
They would have
The
just
other
said
two.
to each other, look, don't hassle each other. Let's hassle the other guy.
Yeah,
And collectively, if we sort of do that, it'll work.
it's going to work, and it
did.
has done. Yeah, yeah. One further score, just to confirm. One further score is going to drop in for Arthur Buick. It's going to be a neither here nor there, because the main role of that wave was to keep Tom O'Leary off, which is what happened. So there's a good bit of paddle battling going on there. It was a shame we couldn't see it a little bit better. And in the next heat, Greg, do you know anyone coming up now? We got Charlotte Eels, Josie Hawke, and Poppy Owen. Do you know any of these? I'm guessing Poppy Owen is no relation.
No. I know that Josie and Poppy are from Pembrokeshire way,
Right.
possibly White Sands, and I know they're pretty good. I know that they are best young prospects. Put it that way.
Right.
From what I know, from my information I've had, and from what I've seen, yeah, they're on it. They're really young,
Right.
and they've actually got a lot of experience
Yeah.
for that age.
So the judges will be adjusting the scale a little bit because we've got the girls going in, and these girls are young, and it is the junior girls, the horn goes. So we'll have to sort of get a first couple of waves. We'll figure out where the scale is sitting at. So we go between events here now, and scales sort of move and change a little bit. And that's the sort of skill the judges will have. The head judge will probably be dictating the first score. We got a little paddle on the inside there. I see Emily Williams, 7-time Welsh champ, is on the beach, just walking past there. And what's your total number then, Greg? Is it if we it's 8 if we count
8, and counting my masters and my seniors.
yeah,
ones,
and
right?
four open,
No,
right?
3.
3 open.
Yeah.
All right, now let's test my knowledge off the top of my head without an almanac or anything, right? They are 2000 is your first one, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Now I would have said, until you told me earlier that you've never back to back, I would have said then it was 2001, but it's not. So it's going to be 2000, 2002.
Yeah.
I'm right, am I?
Yeah.
And then your third one. Right. So we got 2000. So 2000, 2001. I'm trying to remember these events. 2002. It's a bit later. It's 2006.
I think so.
Look at that.
I struggle to remember that myself.
I'm second only to Linda Sharp in my. There we are. No, mind you, Linda probably text in now and tell me that one of those dates was wrong. Oh, there we are. You went real close a few times before that, didn't you?
I second 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, and then the year when I thought you were going to do it, you got third then because Nathan won it. Do you remember in Manabia? Broke his board halfway through the heat.
Yes.
Big surf, hard work surf.
What happened there now?
And that was the most sore I've seen you after any of those losses before you won it. And then you did, you were one of these guys who, you would have had a bit of time, that year 2000, starting to think like, oh, maybe this is not meant to be. But I can say that now without upsetting you because you know that in the future it went on to be 3.
Yeah. No,
Did you ever feel like that in 2000?
No, I was able to win the Welsh.
You always knew it was going to happen, did you?
Do that until I was up to about the age of.
But after that 99 one, when you sort of missed out narrowly for like the 4th time, did you still think my year's come in?
No, it was still on. I had a final with Lloyd Cole and Harry was in it.
Yeah.
And Guff.
Yeah.
Years later.
Yeah.
And I was a Nats whisker from winning that.
Yeah.
And years later.
That was a yellow up and down, by the way, on that one.
I just recall with in Wales, I could look to win till about the age of 28.
28, right? Okay.
It was in England.
Yeah.
That went downhill a lot quicker than I thought it was going to actually.
Yeah.
I thought it was here. I thought, here we go. I can do this forever. No.
Yeah.
No. That got swept away underneath my feet a lot sooner than I thought it was.
Puts the whole Slater thing in perspective, doesn't it? 52.
It's remarkable, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, who can do that?
Well, and it's interesting, isn't it? With in Slater's case that he dropped off, missed the cut. There's a great set wave there has gone through the back of everyone. Very hard now as this tide comes in to know whether to sit inside or outside, isn't it? So Slater missed the cut. And I, for one, I was rooting for him to make the cut in that. I don't know if you were watching.
The Aussie had him, didn't he? Liam O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien,
yeah.
and in fairness, Liam O'Brien was one of the toughest draws in that whole round. He was absolutely ripping.
He really said really well.
But it made me think about that mid-season cut thing, right? Because what you've got there in Slater is you've got a guy who's trying to get into the Olympics at the age of 52. If he gets into the Olympics, it's at Chopu. He came second there last year. He's won the event like 4 times or something. And you're cutting him off tour with J Bay, the Surf Ranch, and Chopu all still to come. You're writing this guy off and saying he can't get there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they've now given him, did you know this? They've given him the wild card for the rest of the year.
They have a name. Yeah.
So he is still going to be at those events. He will still have his shot to try and get into the top 2. There is actually, incidentally, a third.
Is that to Ramsey Bukhayam's detriment?
No.
Is that detrimental to Ramsey?
No, it won't be because they'll do. Ramsey's now going to be missing for the season. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
And so they'll do another wild card
for the year,
next year at the start of the year. So Ramsey will get. So Slater's wild card now is valid through to next year's mid-season cut.
Oh, right.
So he gets the back half of the year and he stays on tour for the first half. Right. Ramsey's wild card will start in January, with the Pipe Masters, and he'll still have to make the cut.
Yeah.
But that's all it would have been anyway.
No, as long as he gets his chance, because that guy,
he'll get his chance.
His backhand surfing is unreal.
Oh, what an amazing story as well.
Probably one of the best on the planet.
I agree.
Now, as for Slater, I mean, the tour needs Slater more than Slater needs that tour.
Absolutely. Doesn't it just?
He's like, well, I don't care. I'll go and do whatever else anyway. Yeah. Please free me.
Yeah.
But then said, he's so competitive, he wants to go again.
He wants to keep going, yeah. There is actually a backdoor route by which Slater could get into the Olympics without being the top 2 Americans on tour, Greg. Did you know this?
No. How was that then?
Right, it works like this. So the Olympics is 20 surfers, 2 per country limit, right? So I'll give you the example of last year, right? Or last year, 3 years ago. Medina wins the world title. No, Ferreira wins the world title. Medina comes second. Toledo comes third. Only 2 of them go for the Olympics because only two Brazilians allowed, right? So they're not allowed a third Brazilian. So Felipe Toledo finishes third in the world, doesn't go to the Olympics, right? So what's happened here is those big nations that are likely to have more slots, like want more slots, Australia, France, the US, Brazil, they've asked the ISA, and the ISA, well, no, they've asked the Olympic Committee, and the Olympic Committee have said yes, to say that 2 countries can have 3 surfers. Right? So everyone else has to have 2, but 2 countries are allowed 3 surfers. And the way that you get the 3rd surfer is your men's or ladies team has to win team gold at last year's ISAs and or this year's ISAs, right?
Right.
So if your team wins team gold,
Did USA win that?
well, they came second. So if your team wins team gold at the ISAs, you get a 3rd surfer, and you can choose them. They don't have to be someone who did well in the ISA Worlds. They don't have to be someone who's on the Worlds that were in Huntington, right? I often do this. I was screaming at the screen. The commentators were talking about whether or not Shun Murakami was going to beat someone or whatever. And I was going, one more US surfer makes this heat. The men are going to win team gold. USA is going to get 3 slots. And you can imagine what Team USA is going to then choose to do with that 3rd surfer in Chopu.
Yeah.
It's going to be Slater.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. If you go, that's right. In Chopu, you'd have to think he's
Yeah.
in the top 3 out of the lot.
But I was screaming at the screen. I was like, this heat is the heat. If this was in Huntington in the autumn, I was like, this is the heat where this is the heat where Slater could make it. But the same thing could happen this year now, because what actually happened was Team Japan won it. I'm talking about the men's now, right?
Yeah, it was Japan and France, wasn't it?
Yeah, Japan and France won the ladies. So France can now choose in Chopu, Fahini Fierro.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to now make, like, obviously they may choose to decide to do it on whoever finishes highest, but they would have that option now of going, okay, right, you've got this girl who lives at Chopu.
Can they choose their open men as well, like Cowley Vast?
No, because Japan won the men's.
Ah, right.
So
Yeah,
Japan
so
get a
they'll have their
3rd
2.
surfer. Yeah.
France will have their
So
2.
Japan will now have 3 and France will have 3. So France won the ISA Gold ladies, so they can have an extra woman.
Yeah.
So they could easily choose Fahini Fierro. But that means that this ISA is happening in El Salvador this year now, right?
Yeah, they can do it again.
So for France, USA, Australia or Brazil, they're the most realistic countries, right?
Yeah.
They would have to finish, either win the gold for their gender, or finish, if you're the men's, it's win or come second behind Japan, if Japan win it. If you're the ladies, it's win or come second behind France. So if Team USA wins a gold team medal in El Salvador, Slater probably goes to the Olympics as the 3rd guy.
Yeah, you can't rely on it, can you?
No, of course you can't. And likewise, other countries,
It's not
France are
really-
good at the ISA Worlds. They won it last year.
Yeah.
So, no, 2 years ago. So France could go, right, okay, I'm going to send, exactly. You're
go as
exactly
coach
right.
as
They
well.
could go. He could go as coach. It's not quite the same, though, is it?
Tom, I'm awfully sorry. I've got to go.
No, you're good to go, Greg. You've been in.
I've got to go. I've got my son coming up soon.
You have. You've got to go and get his.
Enjoy watching Luca Owen.
Is he in the one after this? Is he? Or is he 2 heats time?
That's right.
One more
There's
girls.
One more girls, then Luca goes.
Yeah, we're going to keep a keen
and
eye.
then the 16s boys, so he'll be looking forward to going back in. He had a bit of a disaster this morning, but
Yeah. Greg, it'd be lovely if you want to come in again later. Rob's playing cricket today,
yes,
so
I look forward to
but
it.
we'll
I'll pop back for a
look
chin
forward to
wag.
look forward to. Thank you very much for your time, Greg.
My pleasure.
Lovely, and
Good luck. With
see
the
you soon.
commentary.
yeah.
See you soon.
Cheers, Greg. Let me give some thoughts, and as you can see now in this heat, we got 8.5 minutes remaining, and Josie Hawke is holding it down at the moment. Charlotte Eels is in second. Poppy Owen doesn't need an enormous score though to change things. Coming up in the next heat, Katie David, Indy Lynch, Ruby Lewis and Gwenan Morgan. Ruby's dad, Gary, he was messaging at about 3 in the morning. He works on oil rigs. That was up and riding then. That was an in-out for either Poppy or Josie again. We're just struggling to see the colours again now. And So I think he was in Kuwait, I was told. Gary was. I'm guessing that Gary might still be up and watching if he's in Kuwait, because that would be, well, although he might be in work. He might well be in work. So results are official for the last one. It was Ewan Buick, Arthur Buick, and and a little bit of a lull. Now the waves are lovely. It's quite a nice, pleasant day if you're sitting in the car park. But we're still waiting for that fog to lift well enough to very clearly see. So we got you might be able to hear the beach announcer there, and we got a near paddle attempt there. I think that might have been. I think that was Charlotte Eels. Very, very challenging stage of the tide because the waves, you've got the screen there, well enough to see the surface water, the white surface water, which is the indication of where waves have broken. You see that white surface water, and on the inside of the white surface water is dark water that has no oxygen on the top of it. So you see the surfers can use the foam, the history or the foam residue to tell you where waves have broken. But at the moment, as it comes through a little gap in the rocks, you'll have one wave break, and then you'll have a gap, and the wave goes into deeper water. So to pick off inside waves, the challenge to picking off inside waves is not sitting too far out for that you still that you end up in that channel, and then being able to spot the channel. And then the longer it is between a lull, between the last waves, the more likely it is that foam residue will disappear and you won't be able to see where to sit. So it's difficult conditions. The girls are doing well though. They've picked up a couple. That last wave was Josie Hawk, and it was a 2.5, so it's the wave of the heat. So Poppy Owen still entirely gettable, needs a 2.3. Poppy's choosing her waves wisely. There isn't a priority, which does mean that we'll have a paddle battles to decide waves. Now, if you want to comment on these heats, you can subscribe to the Welsh Surfing Federation's channel. So if you're watching this on YouTube, very simply, if you subscribe to the channel, then you can comment. You can see that I think that is actually Logan commenting as Pagans Boys there. That's one YouTube channel. And then we've got Diana, our director, and Crest podcast, produced by James Dodd, usually hosted by myself and Rob, who's currently playing cricket, and others. Those are they have all been able to comment on this feed because they are subscribers to the Welsh Surfing Federation, the Welsh Surfing Federation's YouTube. So hit that button, hit that subscribe button, and you too can comment on the action. So we've got just under 4 minutes remaining now, and we are hoping to see another set come through to give these guys a chance to do what they can. It's Poppy Owen. She's in the blue, and she'll be hoping to be able to pick up a wave of 2.34. If I'm looking at colours, it looks to me as though that is Poppy Owen on the furthest on the inside at the moment. So she's moving in. She's making a decision to try and go for that inside position. And there is now a wave breaking, but it is dropping into the deep water. There's also a rip that runs through there. So Poppy Owen looking to do something about the requirement. hard to tell through the glare. At least we've got glare now instead of fog. But it looks to me as though there is a set. There's a little bit of a paddle battle going on for it. Now, if that set sneaks underneath Charlotte and Josie, it could give Poppy her chance. And up and a ride in. I believe that is the red of Charlotte Eels. I believe that's the case. And so Charlotte might be able to push this a little bit further out of range for Poppy in the closing seconds of the heat here. We're going to come down to 2 minutes remaining. So I do apologise if you are a family member or a follower of one of these and you're tuning in, and it's we can only be about 95% sure of the colours, but still that keeps the action exciting. And Charlotte is going to spin around and go again here, so it looks like we're going to have two quick, but she doesn't quite make the takeoff, so we're going to have two quick back-to-backs dropping in, I reckon, for Charlotte Eels. And so all eyes on Poppy Owen, who I think is this surfer on the inside here. She's taking a look. And there's going to be a flurry of action as we come into the last minute of this heat here now. And Eels paddles again. And that one is going to fade back out. There's one with a possible reform on it. So it's going to be all about whether Poppy Owen can pick one up. And we're coming down to the final minute of the heat is about to start. And we have got, unfortunately, it looks like there could be a bit of a lull coming on here. There's a little bit of a delay because the judges are actually, you can see them just to the right of your screen, and up and right in here. Now this is going to be the wave of the heat, and that is Josie Hawk, and that is going to be a decent score. And up now, here is Poppy Owen, and she's on one, so that's going to reduce the deficit. It might not quite be the 2.4 required. If that was Poppy Owen on the inside, then I think the heat will flip. If that was Charlotte Eels on the inside, the fog's rolled in, I can't tell the colours. If that was Poppy Owen, the heat flips. If that was Charlotte Eels, it's the final nail. And there's the buzzer, so we're going to wait and see those scores drop before the next heat begins. We do that at this level. I know if you were watching WSL now, it would be straight on. So we're not going to go to an ad break. We're going to watch these scores drop and get the final conclusion. Now this is where you've got to be a real dedicated surf fan, because you're going to be sitting here looking at a lineup. You're going to see what you can see there is the two heats changing over. It's like a changing of the guard. The previous heat the fog blew in as it was happening. So while the judges will have no issue with separating who those surfers were, we are waiting to find out whether that was red riding three waves. First of red drops, well, when I say first of red, I mean fourth of red. Red, of those scores, red drops to 0.33, which makes me wonder whether that was Poppy Owen with that wave on the inside. And there is a score about to drop for Poppy Owen at 1.13, and the second one drops in at a 1.4. So Poppy stays in second, but it ended up very close. Josie Hawk with that wave of the heat, we called that one right. That comes in at a 4. So Josie goes to a total of 6.5, and that is the result. So it finished Josie Hawk first, Charlotte Eel second, Poppy Owen third. But Poppy did a great job at the very closing seconds of that heat to pick up a couple of scores. We've got Katie David in the next one in the red, Indy Lynch in the white, and Ruby Lewis in the yellow, and Gwennon Morgan in the blue. And we'll bring you all the action after a quick commercial break, a quick message from our sponsors. Welcome back to the 2023 Welsh Nationals, sponsored by Pura Vida, among others. I am joined for this next heat by Blake Jones, who's already surfed this morning. And Blake is going to, well, he's not going to be calling the heat with a microphone that far away from his face. He's got to be right up on the chin, Blake. Come on, haven't you ever seen those commentators on Match of the Day? So Blake is going to join us and call this heat. So we're going into the second heat of the junior girls, and we have in the red Katie David, in the white Indy Lynch, in the yellow Ruby Lewis. Now we have to be impartial here now, Blake, like the BBC. Ruby Lewis is a Porthcawl girl, and you and I are both Porthcawl boys. I know this, and her dad's probably watching as well, so he's going to be wanting us to be anything but impartial. Gwen and Morgan in the green. Now, Blake, as a junior and a competitor, who of these do you know, and what do you know about them?
Yeah, so I know all of them. It's a very strong heat, I think, for the girls. Katie David and Indy Lynch, they've both been on the final podium before, and Ruby Lewis, she's a good contender as well. And in these small waves, sort of anything can happen. It's they're all good surfers, and they're all used to waves like this.
And do you know Gwen and Morgan?
No, I don't.
Or I'm going to call her Gwen and Morgan, because with a first name like Gwenan, there's every chance that she's a Cymraes, that who would siarad Cymraeg. There's a good possibility of that with that name. So we're going to assume that to be the case. Blake, I think you've worked a charm here by coming in the booth. You've made the fog lift. It's lifting by the second, and we can see the waves. And do you know what I can see now that you might be able to tell us about, because you've been in your heat, is I can see a very clear side chop flowing through those waves. Was that side chop there when you surfed earlier, Blake?
No, the wind was completely down when I surfed earlier, but the wind's definitely on the cross there. My heat was also better on the left as well.
Right.
Which looks like the rights are looking better, but you're going against the wind.
You're going against the wind. So there's red with in and out, just going to get a score on the board for the surfer in red. And so that is Katie David. She's going to get her account open here.
You can see how shallow it was then.
Very shallow, yeah. They're all wearing boots, I'm guessing. Have you surfed without boots yet this year?
No, I haven't. I was in Cornwall last weekend actually, and almost everyone took their boots off.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything sort of happens almost overnight now, doesn't it? And look at that set that's coming through now. Ooh, and it's possibly going to go a little bit. Oh, there's a lot of west in that one. A lot of west in that set. And it's going to hit the peak real nice.
Can't believe this fog is lifted.
It's on. Well, this is what it should have been earlier.
Yeah. Well, when we first got here this morning.
Yeah. So in your heat this morning, it's interesting, right? We play everyone off against each other, right? We've had Greg come in and guest commentate with me for a little bit earlier, right? And he spoke. He didn't name names, but he spoke about his own son, Luca, who's coming up in the next heat in the under-16s, and he said that Luca was in a heat. Look at that set. It's just to the right of your main camera image that you can see there. There's the biggest wave of the day so far is coming through.
Oh, wow.
Groomed by that side shore wind, and it's disappearing. So that set's breaking way out, and then it's going to go into the deep water trough. So the competitors are all sitting on the inside section for that. But this might now tempt some of the competitors outside. So white Indy Lynch is an in and out there. So we've got scores in, just starter scores, and on the inside in the red on the backhand, wiggling around a bit there is Katie David. So she's just banking a couple of scores to get started with. So that set comes through. Yeah. So Greg was telling me, Blake, here were his words as close as I can remember them. He says, his boy Luca, well, he's only 14, I think, isn't he? Greg says.
Yeah.
He says he was in the water and there's no priority. And he said he was in with 17 and 18-year-olds. Would you be either 17 or 18, Blake?
Yeah, I'm
Would
17.
You're 17, right? So I reckon that's you, referred to by age and not by name. And after that, said Greg, they basically hassled him out of the heat and he didn't catch any other waves because the 17-year-olds got the set and then got all the rest of the sets. How do you respond to this charge, Blake? Because I think you were one of them.
Well, I totally agree with the priority, but on a day like today...
Well, there was no priority in that heat.
No, exactly. On a day like today, it's sort of hard to run priority because...
Did you bully a 14-year-old off the peak 5 times in a row, Blake?
Well, maybe we should bring you up in this, Tom. In the point, maybe. Growing up with you, Rhino, Gary.
Yes. Yes. Now, if you're asking me whether I've ever bullied you off a peak in the point,
you would
proudly is the answer. Proudly own up to it because you deserve it. and out there with it all being fair in love and war, I think you should be, as a sports person, you should be. Manchester City would say that they bullied Arsenal on Wednesday night, wouldn't they? Wrexham will be bullying Torquay later today. We don't approve of bullying in the junior world, but in competition, yeah, actually, this is a junior comp. Maybe we should pick a different word. What should we call it? Blake?
Competitive.
Every day's a school day. We're a synonym for bully. That's a nicer word. Diana, ¿cómo se dice bully en español? No sé. Bullying. El palabra es el mismo palabra or palabra mismo? Which way around do I say those two words? Palabra mismo. Same word. Mismo palabra. Okay. All right.
At least you can see it.
Asserting.
With the girls as well.
Asserting yourself. Is that what it was, Blake?
Yeah, and it obviously wasn't just to the 14-year-old in the heat. It was to
you asserted yourself over the 14-year-old in your heat, just like Rhino and I have asserted ourselves over you in the point from time to time.
Oh, Rhino's living the dream at the moment.
He is, isn't he?
Amazing.
I don't know if we'll have if I don't know if the Rhines will be watching any of this because I haven't worked out my times a day in New Zealand. We're still waiting for Gwen and Morgan to pick one up. And Indy Lynch has separated away from the rest of the field and moved up.
Looks like a brave move. The sets have been breaking there.
I think you're right, Blake. I think you're right. So what are you doing with yourself now then? You're still training? Electrical training?
Yes, yeah. I'm an apprentice electrician.
God, I'm interviewing these teenagers live on air and I got to be careful there because you could have been about to say that you dropped out or something and then it would have been really bad TV. But, okay, so this is with Steph James, right?
Yes, yeah, with Amberwell, a local company.
Yeah.
Keeping it local. They treat all of us pretty well.
And Steph's son Will is an athlete, isn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Triathlon.
So
And here we go, Indy Lynch. And that rode off camera there, Indy Lynch did. Is all going well?
Yeah. I'm still enjoying it. Learning lots.
What sort of things are you learning then?
Well, we're currently based in the hospital mainly, in Bridgend. So we're doing all sorts of things. We've got multiple jobs going on from first fixing to second fixing, obviously. Also got a few maintenance jobs going on.
Right.
So I'm getting a nice diverse approach to it all.
Now I've been told, right, that do you know? Sorry, this sounds like a right Porthcawl loving year now, doesn't it? Do you know Matt Gould?
Yes.
So Matt told me that he reckons electrician is the best trade because you got and here we go, and that was Indy Lynch with an in and out just down on the left again. So Indy's strategy is working, apart from the fact that it's made the other girls all decide to head that way now. So they're all tracking down. Yeah, Matt says electrician is the best trade because he says you've got the best chance of becoming a builder if you're an electrician. Do you know why he says that?
Why?
Because he says that in a house, the wires and the electricity are everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So the electrician, by collateral, learns basic plastering, basic carpentry, basic plumbing, basic groundworks, roofing.
Yeah.
That was
It's Gwen
Gwen-Ann Morgan. So the one surfer you didn't know at the start of this heat, she's going to be... Now, she needed a 2.47 to move into an advancing position for that. There's 5 minutes left in this heat now. And behind there... Now, I don't think they'll give an interference on that. That was an in and out for both Ruby and Kate David. Oh, no, it was Ruby and Indy. Ooh, do we get the 2.47 for Gwen-Ann Morgan there? Now, I don't know whether director Diana had a replay of that. Did you? We're sort of we're toying with introducing replays, so I think we might be able to watch a replay of that. Was this a 2.47? And here we go. Oh, so we've got the replay running on the small image on the side of the screen, and in she goes. Pushing for that inside connection. If you compare that to what else is out there, was that a 2.47? It has come in at a 1.77. But that's changed the arithmetic, Blake. 1.24 is all that Gwen-Ann Morgan would now need to advance.
To third place.
Yeah.
Something we've been talking about a lot recently is finding set waves. Oh,
Gwen-Ann again. Oh, no, I don't know whether that... So you compare that to the previous one. So the previous was a 1.77. Would that come in?
Brings us back to sitting out back and...
it absolutely does,
deciding whether
Blake.
to-
You're absolutely right. At this point now, as we've got... Well, there is enough time. There's 3 minutes left. Surfers getting busy to pick off the wave that they might need. Are potentially leaving the wave. You know, you run the risk of leaving that wave to a competitor, but this is also what happens when you leave it till later in the heat
Yeah.
to get busy. So Gwen-Ann Morgan is now suddenly sitting out back and in a good position. Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, Blake? We were saying that, you know, when you need a wave, you've got to work out, and also not just what you need. You know, if you get busy earlier, you know, you can be thinking ahead, not just to the score you need
Exactly.
right now, but the score that you're going to need when the other surfer has also got another wave in their bank. So
Yeah.
I think in the particular heat we were talking about, they were saying you needed 3.5, but probably in 5 minutes' time you were going to be needing 5.5.
Yes. It's such a hard mental game, I find,
Yeah.
especially when that flag goes red with the 5 minutes left
Yeah.
in the heat.
Yeah, which the girls will all be able to see right now.
Gwennan's looking at this set.
She's right out there now, isn't she? Gwen-Ann needs a 1.24. It's not a huge score. Ruby needs a 2. And David would be looking to replace 1.07. And Indy Lynch out front would be looking to replace 2.2.
Oh.
We're going to have a paddle battle. Indy Lynch, bit of speed, but gets stuck behind the section. And Gwen-Ann, despite being further out, has now come back up to the shoulder of the left. She's looking to go front side. There are sets out there. There are sets out there. We'll be seeing something. And there's a really good set coming through here now, but it might break too far out. Tide's coming in. Blake, do you think any of the under-16s will go, or the under-16 boys will go out to that peak? Because the trouble is that peak's going to disappear, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm no local to this beach, but it's quite a steep rock bank here, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
That is really going to fill up soon.
And here we go. And this is Katie
Red.
David, and she needs a 1.44 because Gwen-Ann Morgan did get the score then. I'm trying to work out how that happened. Yeah, Gwen-Ann Morgan. Right. What happened, Blake, was that the second wave of Gwen-Ann Morgan hadn't dropped. So the one we were watching on the replay, the score we were looking at was the score for the previous.
Wow.
We thought it wasn't going to come in at the 1.3, and it did. It came in 1.6. So Gwen-Ann Morgan's in, and Katie David needed a 1.4 just then.
Oh, it's a tight heat.
It's really tight. It's quite an exciting ending to this one as we come into the last 30 seconds. So if no one else rides a wave, there's a possibility we can have a look at the replay as we wait to see whether that's scored. She got it. So Katie David goes back up. That was a 2.2. So it leaves Morgan needing a score again, 2.36. She might not know that she needs it. She's going to have 15 seconds. She's going to possibly hear. She's going to hear it on the tannoy. And she's going to have 10 seconds to turn around and get one. I'm not sure if the set's going to come through in time. So we saw the lead change. Well, we say the lead. We saw the second position, the advance. Edrych, gwelwch chi yn hanner awr. We'll see you guys in half an hour. Nice one, Blake. Diolch.
Cheers. Thank you
Good,
for that.
good work. And thanks for telling us everything you told us about life as an apprentice electrician.
That
I'll have to
final
ask you about
was,
some surfing next time. Hwyl fawr, guys. Hello and welcome back. So we're going to be coming off hold. Actually, we have got a heat that's going to go into the water. It's the 2023 Welsh National Surfing Championship, sponsored by Pura Vida, among others. And going into the water right now is going to be the under 18 longboard. And I am joined in the booth here by Phil Williams of Christian Surfers UK. Are you the director now? What's that? We're still.
I think I'm still, my 30th year running it. So yeah.
30th year. Wow.
Since you were a lad.
Wow. Yeah. So Phil Williams, and we've got an echo coming back. We've got to mute that, haven't we? So we're going to be going into the heat in a minute. We're going to go quickly to a message from one of our sponsors, and then the under 18 longboards will be underway.
There's definitely waves out there.
And
25
here
minutes.
we are. It is, yeah. I think we're going to look at a 25-minute heat. And it's a two-man affair. Blake Jones and Seth Reed. Now, I believe Seth Reed is from out west somewhere.
Where's Blake? Blake's
Porthcawl, yeah. He's Seven Road, Porthcawl. Sorry, I shouldn't give his address away. Seven
number
Roads.
6.
Yeah, Seven Road's a long road. A long road. And now, I don't think the buzzer has gone yet. Yeah, so they're just being asked if they can see their priority boards.
We had a good time with Blake last weekend and Seth.
Well, I was going to ask about this because
Longboard Classic. Yeah.
you're in as the longboard expert here, Phil, having just directed, besides Christian Surfers for another year, directed the Jesus Longboard Classic.
Yeah.
Where was it? Polzeth, you say?
Polzeth, yeah. It's our 15th year.
Wow.
So we started running it when the shortboard classic got too big because it had everything in. We had 186 competitors in one weekend, which was not good for my hair.
Yeah.
That's why I lost a bit.
Yeah.
And we got priority on this one.
This is the first heat of the day that's going to use priority, but they look to me as though they're going to be fairly sporting about the first priority of the heat, because you can see Blake has chosen to paddle away to the left, leaving Seth. Well, they haven't started yet. Because I was kind of hoping that these two, the junior longboards, they'd give us a sort of, a Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, like kind of, Adriano de Souza and CJ Hobgood, although none of these are longboarders, those famous, like, priority paddle battles at the start of a heat.
No, I think they're just enjoying the sunshine now that the
the
mist has gone.
And it has gone.
But there's definitely waves out there, which is fantastic to see, and they both had a can-do mentality, so
Yeah.
that helps.
So the event director, Mark Vaughan, called them over and he said, right, guys, there's two of you. If you get in there now, you'll get a nice long heat, 25 minutes. Line up to yourselves. And the event carries on moving forward. And this will allow, of course, the juniors to remain on hold. So the contest director, Mark Vaughan, and all the juniors. And nowadays, in the modern world, the juniors' parents, who end up having just as much to do with what the juniors want to do as the juniors do themselves, will all be watching these waves closely and thinking about what it is that, what might be the next developments through the day. Of course, we've got to wait for the water to come up and over this bank. Well, I say bank. Rock shelf, cobble shelf, whatever we call it, reef. Cobble point.
So I think these two have got a bit closer together. They might be in for one of your paddle battles soon. You just don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking De Souza and CJ Hobgood in Tavarua force each other up behind the point.
3, 2, 1.
And here we are. I think we are going to have a...
So it's 25 minutes.
25 minutes. We are going to have a priority battle to open. Oh, we've been debating how warm it is, Phil. We thought it was cold when we came in the booth, and now it's warm. I'm going to take a coat off here again.
On and off, on and off. So how many
Bit
heats
like the
have you had
event.
this morning? You've had 2 heats this morning?
got through 5.
Okay.
So this reduces if we assume that we've got 20-minute heats, this reduces the target. Oh, here we go. Don't want to start with a priority. And now does he lose? Oh, well, he's up.
Yeah. So
Now that's all right. Phil, I got a question for you because I think you went to the priority class last night, didn't you? With
No,
Kerry
I
Powell?
was 2 weeks ago for the English. I was did priority training for that, and then we judged priority.
So if he hadn't taken off, then if he hadn't gotten to his feet, Seth Reed, to open his account, but he'd paddled at the start of the heat, would that have been the first priority of the heat, or would it have stayed open priority until he got to his
until he
feet?
got to his feet, yeah.
So he could have paddled for that wave, missed it, gone back out, challenged.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. But now Blake with priority is going to spend it relatively cheaply here, isn't he?
I think he just wants to get one wave under his belt.
Yeah. Well, he's done
A
that.
bit of a close, a little off the top there. It's
Yeah.
got a
Will they give him a land on that? Because he did
I-
kick his...
well, it depends what they regard as the rocks. 'Cause
Well,
that was a
We
land
can
on
have
the
a little
rock.
look at the replay of this, actually, Phil, and we can make a decision for ourselves.
Okay, because it was literally whether he stepped off
Yeah.
because of the rocks or not.
Here in the booth, our decision doesn't have to be right, but we can have some fun trying to second guess the judges who know much more than us about these
Yeah, you
things.
see, I think he stepped off
Cross
because
step.
of the rock. I think, personally.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right. I think they give him the make on that, don't they? So we're going to learn a bit about the scale, and he's spinning around and going again straight away. Bit of cross step in, gets the nose, doesn't make that, and Seth will go left. So
by definition, these boards have got to be, is it 9 foot long? And that's
Or-
the minimum?
or 3 foot taller than the competitor.
Ah,
So you can be 5 foot tall and have an 8 foot longboard.
that's
Well,
every
at
day's a
least-
school day. I
At least
didn't realise that.
that's what it was when I last read the official ISA
Okay.
rule book in like 1994.
Because I know there's been a lot of discussion about how to get juniors, small young juniors, into the, when you've got a massive, great big 9 foot board. So that's interesting because we do have this great hotbed of juniors.
Yeah.
And we had a number of them last week in a mixed heats. Okay.
Jones on the left.
A little bit of nose. Ooh, not quite pulling it off though.
So scores drop, and the first of Blake Jones was 2.17. So the going rate then, the 2.1. Now, I tell you what, 2.17, that probably is counting that closeout Rio, isn't it? Because before that was a...
Sort of an in, off, and then if you can get something that's half decent, then you
Yeah.
really want to show the commitment there and mark highly.
So a bit of a cross step there. We're not far out, Phil, because of the right conditions. Blake to the nose. Ooh,
Bit
a
of a soul
5.
arch.
And was it 5? Hanging 5? Phil, you're here as the expert in what all these maneuvers are called too.
I was just impressed by the soul arch.
Yeah.
But it's so tough, isn't it? Because they've got to decide when is it safe to step off.
Yes.
Versus, yes, I can definitely make it, but if I carry on, then I'm going to damage my board.
An incredible occasion is about to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Wales, the Vale Coast. Here it is. Camera anchor Craig Nicol has the drone in the air. We're going to be able to look at this gem of a coastline on our screens. What beauty. A thing of beauty is a joy forever. It will never pass into nothingness. Do you know who said that, Phil?
Probably either you or Dylan Thomas, was it?
No, it wasn't
No.
Dylan Thomas. Vaughan just stood behind it.
I thought it was Vaughan.
It was Keats. But actually, I should be trying to quote Welsh people, shouldn't I? Yeah. But look at
this
that.
place has always been a hotbed of surfing. They've always had some great surfers that
Yeah.
have been born and bred here.
And I tell
Apart
you what,
from Vaughan, there's some great longboard action as well.
it is a thing. Vaughan will be on a longboard soon. It is a thing of beauty, the Vale Coast. Look at it. And now we're going to be able to see Seth Reed. And he's having a look. Now, we
pretty
don't
close.
have... Yes, we do have priority on our screen. And you at home don't have priority on your screen at the moment, but we'll tell you who it was. Blake up and riding.
Okay.
And goes with a little cross step. Yes, you do have priority on your screen, so it's the bit that says P1 in the colour next to the surfer if you're watching from home.
And if you're watching from home, an X means that the person's not got back to what they regard as the priority line, and therefore they have no priority until they get past that. which is an interesting one because sometimes you can get a surfer that will never get back to the priority line because they're taking
Another
inner
wave.
waves. So
Yeah.
it's fascinating just to see. And they might think, why haven't they got a priority? And it's like, well, the line that we've sort of imaginally drawn is still a bit further out.
I've got you. And there's a lovely set coming through over to the right
There's the
now.
set.
Blake Jones is paddling the other way because he thinks he's seen something. And he might be right, actually, Phil, because those sets that come through on the right, they stack up, but then they're more likely to run into deep water, and it looks as though the faster open face is over towards the left.
Okay, this has got potential. That was a quick 5, just not enough power to get him back. The good thing about these two is they're definitely game for it. And as you said, it means that we can carry on with the comp, get another heat done. But at the same time, they've got smiles on their faces. So
Yeah.
that's always good.
And the
It's a tight
little
heat.
break between sets, it is tight. Some scores are in.
Yeah.
And 2.83, so Seth Reed with that. It was a 5, wasn't it? So the cheetah 5 is if your body weight is still over the
The
back foot so much that you're
stretching. It's
Yes.
just a long stretch.
And then a legitimate 5 would be if you get 5 feet nose with your body weight very close to the nose, and then a hang 10 would be everything over the nose, right?
Yeah, and also the great thing about it is pretty hard to do unless you really have got nice and cross stepping. You can't really stretch massively to get a 10 because it won't work.
Okay.
So you're actually doing that step work up to it, and that's how you're going to get your 10 as opposed to a cheetah 5 and then trying to do a cheetah 10 because it just won't do it.
Yeah. So you're saying that actually shuffling to 10 is nearly impossible, is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, Blake.
Again, just not quite enough power in the wave afterwards. Seth's got a little potential here.
Now, if somebody does pull the 10 off and get back, scores will go
Yes.
big straight away. And Jones, actually, for that 5 that he got back from, gets a 4.57, so you
Yeah.
can see the difference.
So the judges are obviously saying we really need to differentiate between
Yeah.
small in and outs and actually something that's got potential. And of course, as you know, from a judge's criteria, every heat has got to have that potential of 10, even though it might be small waves.
Yes.
And it's like, well, how can you get a 10 in that? Well, because you've got to reset every heat. So the judges would have had that conversation. It's a new category. So let's make sure that we just understand where we all are on the scale to begin with, so that we don't box ourselves in, because I think we've all been involved in heats where you think there's great potential, so you sort of score down a little bit and then you just find yourself boxed in between the 4s and little 5. That was a real stretch 5, that one.
That was a stretch 5.
I've got a revolving wheel here, so apologies I can't give you too much on the replays. But the interesting is, the great thing is, if you've never judged before, just having those frameworks helps you get within the ballpark.
Yes, it does, because you can just you can offer a one-word judgment, can't you, on a wave?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is rank order, which wave comes in above another. You're right, Phil. You got the rank order right. That is the wave of the heat. It is a 5.0 for that last of Seth Reed. He now goes into the lead, and Blake is left, needing a 3.27.
Because you must know it, Tom. You've done a bit of judging, I think, haven't you?
I've done some judging,
so therefore, what we do with any new judge is we want to give them a positive experience. We don't want to be telling them they're always wrong. So I always think with a nice head judge, they won't actually say, Tom, what are you talking about? They'll say, what have you seen there, Tom, that the others didn't see? Or did you miss something there? And just answering. Now, listen, here we go again. Nice little 5. Ooh.
Oh, it'll count for nothing, though, won't it, without getting back?
The first little bit will count, but then he went further. He tried to go for a little 10, didn't he? Now, this is looking good.
So Blake got second in the Jesus, did he, Phil?
He did, yeah. He surfed in the juniors, and he also surfed. Oh no, he was wanting to get in the Open, but the Open he kept hanging around all day for somebody to fall out, but they didn't do it. So but he's a
and to your knowledge, was Seth Reed at that event?
I think he was, yeah. That's why I recognise. You see people here out of context, but I think pretty sure Seth was there as well, and they get on pretty well. But yeah, I think the good news is we do have this real history of longboarding. And it's great to see the under 18s as well. There's some really good under 18 girls, Marley Harbour in particular. So again, she's got some great style.
Is Izzy Henshaw
Yeah.
18 under 18 still?
And I don't think she is. I'm not sure. I think she's out of the Mexi Log Fest. There's a few of them out there.
Right.
We had a new winner. Jem Pendlebury won last year or last week for the first time because, not just because, but because there was a number of key people missing. Emily's who's
Right.
going out to the Worlds may have gone today.
Yeah.
She had an injury, and then
I'm just trying to think of the other junior girls I've seen surf well down
Lola
in
Bleakley.
Lola Bleakley,
Yeah,
of course,
she's out there now as well.
Sylvie
Pudafat.
Sylvie Pudi
Yeah.
Sylvie Pudifat, was she there?
She was there, yeah, as well. She was again surfing well. We've got a really nice picture of her cross stepping,
Yeah,
so it's good.
yeah,
And of course, you have a rich history in Wales of longboarders.
yeah. Well, we got in the men's, we got Elliot Dudley, of course, two-time European champ.
Yeah, and of course, Guts has got a long history.
Guts before him, and Guts is now an SUP
Is he?
a lot of the time, where he
Wow.
does also longboard. He does minimal. Guts pretty much does it all.
Check how close this is. Look at those scores.
Yeah, they're asking for
Seth.
their situation.
7.83.
Yellow, you're in third. Red, second. Red, you need a 3.27 to go third. Yellow, first priority. Red, second
Yeah,
priority.
and 3.23 for the last wave for Blake. Seth is leading then, isn't he? And Blake still leads the 3.27.
Yeah, and this is interesting. So Seth has first priority. So this is where if they really know what they're doing, they should be. This next wave for him is really important.
Yeah,
And he shouldn't be blocking because he could be penalised for that. But he should just make sure he really makes the most of this wave.
yeah,
And of course, for Seth's point of view,
Holds
from
priority.
Blake's point of view, can I get something under priority, paddle away or whatever, and then come back? And I
Yeah.
think that whole priority thing is going to get even more important as all of the British surfers get used to it.
yeah.
And I think it's only going to do us as well. And it's been great just to have training around each of the events for priority judges and priority spotting as well with Kerry. and the work she's been
10 minutes remaining. There were a couple of quite interesting in the recent Punta de Lobos. No, was it Punta de Lobo? No, not Lobo, not Chile. I'm thinking of Peru. It was in no, maybe it was either the Punta de Lobos contest in Chile or the Punta Roca contest in Peru recently, because they've just wrapped up the regional QS in South America, where there were a couple of quite controversial priority situations, and there was one where a surfer, and I think it was actually Johnny Guerrero, the guy who'd been the subject of that BBC documentary, this BBC Storyville.
okay.
So he was the young kid who'd been sort of on the edge of like a kind of life of crime in Lima, and then he'd gone and
surfing got him back.
surfing and got him back to straight. And he held priority and had gone down the line looking for a wave, and one of the other surfers in the heat had taken off, had done a manoeuvre, and had then come to the section of the point where Johnny Guerrero was, and Guerrero took off on him with priority and was penalised, because there is actually apparently a sort of distance you can ride
before you can get in the way.
yeah, after which priority is voided. So and this rule apparently was introduced after Gabriel Medina paddled from the peak at Bells. Here we go now. Seth Reed has, speaking of priority, he has torn that priority to shreds and thrown it into the wind, hasn't he? So now will Blake spot the advantage that has just been handed to him? Yeah, so it was introduced because Gabriel Medina stopped Owen Wright getting an 8 at Bells years ago by paddling down the line once he got priority and letting Owen Wright take off on a wave with about a minute and a half left and do about 3 or 4 turns before dropping in on him.
Okay.
Therein not, making sure that Owen Wright wouldn't have enough time.
The interesting thing for me in that one is when the guy you were talking about who had priority, what was the priority when he took off? Because if they made
it was his priority.
So if it was on the board,
it was on the board as his priority. Yeah, and he was aggrieved because they hadn't had time to change it, but the priority had changed once they were at some point between the other surfer taking off and Guerrero dropping in on him, the priority judge had deemed that this surfer had ridden the wave
enough.
for a significant enough time that it was no longer Guerrero's to take.
Okay, I think that there's.
I'll show you a video of it.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see because to me, I've always said to people, "Oh, it's a nice little wave, nice little 5."
Oh, if he gets off it, and
Oh,
this won't get the
probably
points, will he?
just not. No. To me, it's always like we've always taught people, even if the priority is wrong, you've got to go on what it says.
Really?
When a surfer takes off, they're going to look at a priority and they might think, oh, such and such has already had a wave. But if that's not what they're seeing, then that's what they've got to go on.
And so, do you have grounds to appeal an interference if if you didn't know, if at the time you took off it, your priority had been displayed?
If you have proof that your priority was displayed, I think you would have grounds and they would have to rerun it, and also they would see when the priority changed. And that's why, from a priorities judge point of view, as soon as somebody's got it, you've just got to wait a couple of 2 or 3 seconds for that person definitely to have it, so that they can clearly see. If you change it too quickly, they could look up and think, oh, priority's gone.
Okay.
They've got to be looking up and saying, yeah, I've still got priority, and then they'll change it.
Okay.
So there's lots of little peculiarities with it, and I think we're only going to get better as we practice more and more, which is fantastic to have it.
And of course, we've got Kerry Powell here this weekend, haven't we? And she's one of the foremost
on the
priority judges in Europe.
So I think each of the federations in Surfing England, Scottish, and the Welsh have all done. I think the Channel Islands will be doing it as well. So that same course is going around with the course presenter Kerry doing a great job. And it means that we're all learning, and the more priority judges we can get, because it is another complexity, and it's not straightforward.
Blake at the moment using priority better than Seth. Now, if you're a lay viewer coming to surfing for the first time watching this at home, you're going to be thinking, how on earth are we praising Blake for sitting there doing nothing? But that is exactly the way to use priority correctly right now. He'll probably be moving his feet around like a duck underneath the water there to keep himself moving, but basically...
So Blake's just got to keep well away from Seth. I mean, Seth, if he's really, really gnarly, is just going to sit on him for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's Blake's priority, I think, isn't it? So...
Not according to my... Oh, okay.
Ah, right. I'm told that, we've got... exactly that situation with a priority on the screen that's different. I mean, surely, though, that would now be Blake's priority because Seth has paddled, wouldn't it? And with a set coming.
Was he paddling for the wave, or was he just getting paddling
position,
towards?
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the other thing. And is this subjective to a certain extent? What is a sort of a proper paddle compared to a little nudge?
I sat next to Kerry Powell for 5 days at the Boardmasters watching her do what she does. Her and João Maia, and they had a sort of they had a whiteboard with magnets on it.
Yeah,
and they move the magnet.
That's the whiteboard. The magnets that's the number one thing. That's almost like if anything goes down, you've still got them there.
Move the magnets.
Yeah. So you're moving from.
And Kerry was saying that allows. He said, she said you don't have to think about typing anything, writing anything. You just move that magnet, and that's that.
Yeah. And the idea is you're not even taking your eyes off it. You know that magnet for first priority is going to the back. Then you're moving those forward. Yeah. And then you're not taking your eyes off, because as soon as you take your eyes off, somebody's going to paddle for a wave. We've got
3.5 minutes remaining here, so
so just to confirm, we've got very, very tight, just 0.3 in it, and Seth. We'll go now.
Seth on the inside now. If he was to replace
that's looking good
2.83 with this, which it'll be close, then it would up the requirement for Blake, wouldn't it? Blake's now moving. He's moving away from where the main part of the peak is feathering, but that's probably to the bit of the reef where it's going to break faster. João Maia also said, Phil, something interesting. I was asking him about longboard manoeuvres. Blake asks for the time. And we had some of these surfers in the earlier rounds who would stand on their board, they're not walking anywhere, and they would just rotate their body 360 on the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Do you know the name of this manoeuvre? Well,
no, I mean, they just tried it then.
Yes, so I said to João Maia, what do you call this then? And he said, I don't want to call it anything, because we don't want people. And I said, so would you like us to start sort of discouraging it by our commentary? And João Maia replied, and he said, don't worry. they will be discouraged by the scores.
score. I suppose,
That's the thing.
is it a functional manoeuvre? I'm not sure.
I
what-
just love that thought.
does
The
it add
judges,
value?
the judges, they will be discouraged by the scores, he said. And here we go. Not to be.
One.
And so Seth doesn't sit on him, and he's going to let Blake straight back out there.
Okay. Now, of course, if Seth didn't go very far in, he could still get out.
He could have
priority
raced Blake,
first.
couldn't he?
Yeah. But Blake's taken back over.
But well, they both got an X on them. So actually, if Seth uses his, and they'll be able to see that X from the lineup, won't they?
If they're seeing what we're seeing, yes.
So why are they not racing each other? It's because they're juniors and they need to be given a good talking to when they get in.
Although I would imagine the priority
Yeah,
board is going
we've
to change.
got a minute and 20 left. And we've still got no priority according to the priority board. And so, with a minute left,
So they'll both be thinking,
they don't. Do they know that they need to? Somebody needs to paddle a tiny bit further out to get priority here, don't they? But Blake is going
if that's why it's not been. I don't know what have we got here.
Blake. That's Blake on the very inside, looking for a 3.27, and he's off.
So
well,
Seth
it's
has
45
definitely got
seconds.
priority, and if I'm Seth now, what am I going to do? I'm going to sit on Blake.
And it changes. It changes to Seth with 7 p.m. on the first day, and we are about to crown a champ. And so this is now a victory lap wave for Seth. Does he know it?
What?
Well, he's not going to get to his feet in time for it,
No.
but he's still going to. Well, this is it. This is Seth's celebration
This won't
wave.
count.
And look at it, Phil. It's going to be the wave of the
I was
heat.
gonna say.
Well, there we go.
But he could have made a tactical error
Yeah.
by not jumping on Blake. 'Cause
Yeah.
If Blake had got something at the end, that would have been a.
Yeah, that is, it was basically that they swapped priority gifts to each other in that last
they
5
did.
minutes, didn't they?
They were too generous to each other.
I love it. They're gonna learn. They're gonna learn.
That's the great thing. Everybody will learn, and it'll just get us better on the
Look
international
at
stage.
the view from space. There goes the drone, up and around, and Phil, that's what we can see right now. Look at that.
Oh wow!
So we can see the whole of the point. You can see the camera. I know one of the cameras was Photo Cymru, Jonathan Runnels. He was out. I'm not sure who the other camera is.
No.
In there we can see the river that comes out, the natural spring, the Lantrit Thalassotherapy Spa as we call it, running its beautiful fresh water, the verdant, mossy rock pools, and contest control, the car park, the Vale Cliffs.
And I'd have to say the sea is almost looking blue with the
It's
sunshine.
it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And the drone is going to come in, and in a minute, I think Director Diana is going to leave us on the drone footage. So in a minute, we're going to be able to see the man
look at that,
behind
look.
the drone, camera anchor Craig Nichol, very shortly.
He's doing a good job, isn't he,
Because
Craig?
he's got to home it. So he's going to bring this in. And we like to, we're going to see here's where we are. And I'm trying to work out where all of this is now. All of a sudden, looking at it from space. Oh, there's the green. Look at that beautiful moss. And the drone's going to come in and land, and it's coming into our contest area. So we're going to cut back to where we are, and here's us. So, cheers, guys. Phil,
I've enjoyed it.
fantastic commentary there, Phil. Well
I've
done.
enjoyed it, mate.
Fair result.
I think it was a fair result. Interesting. They both had a can-do mentality.
Yeah.
I think, when they look back, I think some of them took advantage of priority. Others sort of may have slipped, but
Yeah.
it's good for them.
Wonderful. Yeah. And we're gonna be going on hold then, from what I hear, and I believe that now this is going to be the end of the broadcast, because we're going to go on hold with a possible 6 p.m. return. That message, what's going to happen is that at 6 p.m. there's going to be a WhatsApp call that's going to be made, and that would be with half an hour's potential warning for a restart. So a big congratulations there to Seth, and there may be another broadcast later. Of course, it will be shared on all the WSF socials if there is, and on Crest as well. Or otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow morning, and that will be bright and early at 8. So thank you very much. And big thanks to Phil.
Pleasure.
Diolch,
Pleasure. Yeah.
God bless.
And if Rob wants to play some more golf,
Cricket.
what he's cricket, whatever he's
Cricket.
playing, then he better watch out because his job's not safe.
Awesome. Cheers, Phil.
Cheers, team. Thank you.
Create and mail letters. When reviewing